extremely hot in here.
That's all the bot is gonna hear. It's gonna get extremely hot in here. Alright. Yeah, welcome back to another live stream. Today we're going to play Rocket League, and later we are going into a collab with another streamer. I'm really looking forward for that moment. Cannot wait for that. Oh, let me just do one quick thing here. My camera is not set up at all. Looks like I'm using some 1900 something camera. But before I do the camera, I'm gonna do Discord. In the meantime, hello everybody. How's everybody doing? Let me just see what I can do here. Wait, watch Rocket League for very rare drop. There's drops on my channel. Holy shit, that's dope. Perfect. Let me just see. Where's this streamer mode? Here we have it. Enable. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna hop right into it. I got some shit planned. We're going into Rocket League full grind. Today we're going to hit champion. I really hope we're gonna hit champion today. Let me just get a counter. I wanna get a counter for this. This is actually cool. Wait 1 second. Face cam first. First of all, face cam. This looks like complete trash. Anyone in chat wanna say hello on a beautiful Sunday? Here we have it. Ah yes, this is much better. Okay, this is really dark though. Yeah, I have to do something. Nah, it's not a horror movie. Wait a second. Let's get this to light. I have to live with it. Can't do shit about it. For it. Let me just see. Okay, so what I wanna do? Put this on 100. So I'm kind of countering the blurry. And the color has to go on 5K. There we go. 5K default Kelvin. There we go. We're going straight into it. Straight into some Rocket League grind. Let me just turn it on. There we have it. I wanna do one thing. Before I do anything else, I'm going to get a counter for my wins and loses. Wait, how am I gonna do this? Like 1 win, 0 win, 0 loss, something like this. 0 win, 0. Is that big enough? I wanna see how many times I'm winning, how many times I'm losing. I wanna see this. Alright. Let's get this face cam to down here. Get that down here. Enable that. Get this down here. And do this and that and this and that. Perfect. So. Why am I so dark? Bro, it's not this dark in here. I mean, I could do this. What about 200? You know what? 150. That's good. Alright, we're going straight into it. Rocket League grind, baby. Let's fucking go. Woohoo! I have to hit champion today. This is not possible. I need to hit champion. I've been champion 2 last season. Alright, full grind mode on. Let's go. First match. Mate. Oh, good. Oh, it's good to be live. It's good to grind again. It's so fun. Fuck, I missed this shit. I've been gone for 3 fucking months. Also, guys, we got some collab planned for later. And we can talk about the tournament a little bit that I'm hosting soon. I want to host a BT6 tournament. I don't know if that's ever done before. Like some... like event, not like in-game stuff. But more like some kind of Twitch event. I'm not getting bumped there. Oh! Baby, what a good start. What a good start. I know it's somehow possible to do that win-lose counter to modify that via my stream deck. I have to set it up. So it's pretty much only one button. I have to press. Alright, nobody going for that. Why is he going into the goal? That's just so bad. Brother, you gotta be faster there! Yo, lock the fuck in. What are you waiting for? Jay, are you in chat? Whoops. Jay, I need you to say hello. Don't be shy there. It's just my first game. I'm not angry yet. I'm not angry yet. I'm still safe to talk to, you know? I'm still a safe space. Man, this is crazy. He's not gonna make that. How you doing, Jay? Welcome in. Wait, you still have VIP? Did I just give you VIP because you're my friend, or did you buy it through Shadow Points? Like, I'm genuinely asking right now. I'm doing good, but my first match is sad. You lost here, which is sad. Teammates kinda inted me. Well, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. One lose means 2 wins in all competitive games. It means if you have 1 lose in every competitive game, in any, you get 2 wins after. Well, starting off with a loss. No, not 2 losses, only 1. Yeah, GG's of course. Forgot that. Yeah, just a warm-up match. Hello, Jai, by the way. Hope you're doing good. Imagine 0-10 at the end of the stream. Yeah, that's my fucking luck. 0-10. Oh, yeah. Get broken on a beautiful Sunday. Oh. Nah, that ain't gonna happen. I'm locking in right now, and my teammates are also locking in. I said lock in, bro! Yeah, this is happening! I'm going back here. Good pass. I really like the pass. Nice pass, mate. Whoo! Okay. Jay, the safe space is turning into very explosive space right now. I'm telling you. One more? One more? Get it? Ah, shit. No boost. Come on. Come on, mate. Let's get this shit going. Wait, actually? Okay, we good. We're doing good. Come on, one more. Yeah, I can't really do anything there. Jay, I said. Daily grind now. Get daily grind. No more excuses. Somebody just followed me. Thank you. Thanks for the follow. I really appreciate that. Love goes out to you. Whoever follows me after a loss, that's some really support there. Like following you after a lose, showing you stick around. Brother. No. Woo! Brother, rotate! 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 I'm full boost, you're not rotating! I gotta get out of this silver elo. Yeah! Yeah! Somebody has to go to that ball! Why is nobody rotating in this game? I'm literally carrying this game. Okay, all good, all good. Pass. Good pass. Alright, this is a W. That's a W. Nice. I told you today. I told you guys. One loss is turning into 2 wins. That was fun. Oh, I forgot to GG. Oh no. GG's. Alright, same people. Same people. Come on. Bro, what? Hey. Take it. Nice. Okay. Nice. Nice. I see not. Nah, I fucked up. One more? Nice. Bro. Good block. Nice. Let's go. Exactly what I said. Exactly what I said. It's exactly what I said. Jay. It's exactly what I said. Alright, let me see. Is Pessity playing yet? When is Pessity playing? I wonder when. I got the boost, which is good. Come on, mate, you got it. This is a goal. It's a goal. That's a goal right there. Ah, shit. Oh no. Free goal. That was a really important touch there from the enemy. Is he going for it? I can't really Should I bump this guy over there? Oh shit, I fucked up. Alright. Bro, give me that boost. He has to touch that. I know he was behind me, so I did this. Sadly, no goal there. Maybe no. One more, one more, one more. Oh my fucking. Okay. Oh no, I'm taking the boost. He has to go for that. He has to go for that. He has to go for that. Yes, sir. Nice. I got that boost. I'm not sure if I can go for that. Oh no. Okay, one more? I don't know. This is bad. Alright, this is good. Why are they not following on the ball? Ah! But we have to win this. They're really bad. Alright. Does he have it? Oh no. Where's our mate? Where's our mate? Down. Ah, good shot. I was actually going to fly there, but I kind of messed up. I think it was savable though. I got inted. I got inted, chat. Another int. GG's. Another int in the bag. Bro, I'm about to explode. Come on, lock the fucking teammates. Wish me luck, Jay. Okay, this guy is crazy. But not crazier than me, brother. One more. Oh. Okay. What the fuck, mate? What am I playing with? I lost 3 times. Because of... I have to get out of this rank. Where's my champion 2? What am I doing? This is unimaginable. That are mistakes you usually don't do. Even when you're like, even when you're doing a mistake, that's not a mistake. It doesn't exist. That's just somebody stole his controller or some shit. That's that type of stuff. But those type of mistakes, they can't happen. They should not happen. They can't happen. Well, it's always happen. You can miss the ball every now and then. It happens everywhere, but I have other mistakes. But something like this, brother. I'm just getting into it. I'm getting into it in Rocket League, getting into it in League of Legends. I don't know. Alright, this was my bet. Bro, what is he trying to get there? That are so bad. I can't leave my eyes. Alright, let me carry. Brother. Bro! You can't get bombed like that! Jay! Jay, you are better than my teammates! Like, I'm not trying... Like... I'm getting so into it! This is... Why is every competitive game the same? You win 5 times and then you get trash mates. This is not how it should be. Yeah, get me out of here. GG's though. Crazy shit. Absolute crazy shit. That's straight out of a nightmare. Was this your nightmare recently, Jay? You told me about some type of nightmare. Like, these are fucking monsters. The macro is not there. And micro as well. Like, rotation is so important. I'm really in my best form right here. I am in my fucking best form. And now we got another clan as enemies, but that doesn't really mean anything, Rocket League. Like, even if you have voice comms, it doesn't really change a lot. You can still win with randoms. This is what I really love about Rocket League, actually. Like, compared to League of Legends, where being in a group and everything is OP and you're basically winning. You can make traps and everything in League of Legends if you're in a voice chat with everybody. Like, imagine you say to all 4 people, "Oh, let's invade the jungle at level 1." 5 versus 1 automatically. So, yeah. But in stuff like this, you can do pass play and stuff. It's not that deep though. Like, see, they can't really do anything against it. I just made a goal. Please save this. Bro. Wait, I have to analyze this. He goes there, and then he should... Oh my, yeah, that's just bad from GW. You don't goal array like this. Always aim towards the goal after getting the boost in the corner. It's actually not Darkside's fault, I think. Okay. That was RGW's fault. He's like, "Oh, no problem. I just went to the goal after getting my corner boost. To the edge, being useless." Like, I'm talking. Shadow Rift. Crazy, right? Thank you. Can't wait for the collab. One viewer person does collab. Wow. I'm German, yeah. I actually have a Dutch accent. That's cool. Alright, let's focus up here. Are you Dutch? Good pass. Can't wait for the call at first message. Oh, that's so much humor. Your German is actually pretty good, yeah. Like, analyzing your stuff you write is not that bad. Like, I'm understanding 50% of it. RJW! RJW! I love you, mate. Here, nice. But if anyone is wondering, my highest rank in 3v3 is Champion 2. Like peak. Alter! Ey! Was soll denn das hier? 5 Spiele hintereinander! Ich kann das alles nicht mehr, das ist scheiße. Uh. I need help, I need help, I need help. I don't have this. I need help, I need help. Alright, we good. Nice. Wait, is voice comms an actual thing in Rocket League? I remember it used to be in-game. Like, it used to be an option. Oh. Brother, I can't. I have to carry everything in game. Jay, look at this. Oh. So that's another loss. What I think now is we will win 2 times again. It's the usual. That's how it works. So. Bro, what the fuck, mate? Yo, Jay, remind to take that protein check, right? Really important. Have you done it? This could lead to a pass. I'm going back. Brother, he's off gay! Okay, I assume you opened my stream, so what's up, Silver? I need you to log in. I need you to log the fuck in now. Okay? Silver Nosha. I bet he opened my stream just now. I did already? How was it? What flavor? And do you actually also add honey to it? Only tap. Bro, I'm already in the bag. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Mario. Nice. Alright, that's sweet. Easy. Oh. Come on, touch it. Touch it. Let's go. True enough, vanilla flavor. Hey, enjoy, Jay. Vanilla flavor. That sounds good. I think mine is bland, like yeah, no flavor. Alright, win. Just like a that's how I said. Shit. Man, I need you to lock in. Thank you. Dude, I'm literally everything game. What a save! I'm really not meant to be here. Like, what? Yeah, somebody has to follow up on that. Bro. I'm also going up. Easy save. What is this? What a pass. I had it. Oops, bad. He's tickling, bro. That's in. No. La 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 la, freedom. La, la, bro! I was changing sides. You better know. Tonight is the night we let it go. What? What a team play there from the enemy team. Crazy shit. Yeah, you're down, 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 down. Even if the sky down, 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 down. Sorry, mate. Whoops. Wow. Where's the threat, mate? Is he not here? He's not here. Yeah, this is it. I don't know. I'm getting into it. I mean, GG's. Jay, this is it.
So I think he's definitely had time to kind of warm up and get more used to the mechanics. We did see Sing Sing take a round from Thermal earlier. I mean, obviously Sing Sing is a great player, so like like nothing against that. But like it's obviously like possible, right? Like Thermal extremely strong, but Atron could make something happen here. Like it's definitely not one of those matchups where you're kind of going into it being like this is probably going to be a quick 2-0 and move on.
Yeah.
Like I think some interesting stuff could go on.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. This is like Euthermal's the favorite. Aatrox is the heavy underdog, and I would say, or like the not heavy underdog, but the close underdog, let's say. And I would say Euthermal's rounds have been pretty much hell. Like he's had to face Sing Sing first, and then he's playing his Aatrox in the second round, and this is because he was the last seeded captain after the ladder race. So the format's kind of doing what it's supposed to do here. He's supposed to have a tough upper bracket, and he does. But if he pushes through that, he's going to have yet another round, but he's going to have some really good experience from those 2 rounds going into the Captain Lance matchup that Captain might have missed out on, right? Captain Lance getting the clean 2-0s, you get less experience. That's something that doesn't get talked about. And by the way, it's funny that Captain Lance just ran through all the Swedes. Look at this. What the hell's going on here? It's kind of funny.
Yeah. This tournament is like filled with like Dutch people and Swedish people. Like, I guess RTS players are just built different over there. I don't know. That's crazy.
Was this savable? Danger. Nah, he knew. Hello? That one rotation started it all, and now they make a goal. Yeah, what do you mean, Jay? This is it. Platin enemies. Where am I? Oh my god. Wir sind schwer. I'm asking, what do you mean? When did I say that? Well, maybe. Why is he not? Yeah, shit like this is happening if you don't engage. Alright, nice try. Brother, you have to engage. You can't play passive. Hat-trick! Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, I'm about to get... I can't help you. Yeah! GG, chat. You're witnessing something historical. I'm about to hit Grandmaster for the first time ever since I started playing this game back in 2016 on my laptop in my hometown. Absolute madness. All of it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah! Far too far away. Na 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 na. Mm 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 mm. Alter! Oh, untable. Brother, why are people so bad and defensive? What is this? He's not even hitting it. Full boost. It's actually so bad. like generally speaking, in Diamond 3, you should really close to champion, so probably champion all of them. You should be able to hit boss like that, even though it's, I mean, yes, it's really fast gameplay, but you should be at that speed. You can't be useless with 100% boost. That shouldn't happen. Like, yeah, I double committed there. It should. There you go. Nice. Woohoo! Okay. What are you doing, Jay? You having fun? You're doing something cozy? Modules? What are you doing? Dude, I need a treadmill. I would walk on stream, that'd be so fun. I could like implement that into my workout sessions then. So I do workout, go live, and just treadmill every now and then. I think I'm getting one. Treadmill really, really good. What stuff you're reading? You saying that emote is so fucking funny. Do you see that emote right now? Like, do you actually see it now? Yeah? How do you like it? It's good, no? Hey, Jay. That just makes me happy. Glad you like it. Alright, I haven't read your message. You said you're reading... Tretmus is good, but I don't think it's a good idea to play on it. Well, actually... I don't think you have to focus on that, right? It's like you just walk. Maybe I'm taking it too easy. Like... You're just straight up walking, no? I don't know if you need much brain power for that. Because if you don't, you could maybe even game during the session. He's sitting in the goal. I have nothing against it, but it's really inefficient. Nice. Yeah. Bro, you have to rotate here. I'm going for the boost, which is really risky. Whoops. We don't have TFT on it, so what do I know? I mean, how was TFT then? Like, is it manageable? I mean, apparently you have experience. Like, my plan is, so you know what I'm talking about. My plan is to basically live stream while I'm walking. I mean, I don't know if you can, like, fall off it or... Like, usually I can talk while I walk when I'm in real life. Crazy take, but yeah. It's like a no-brainer pretty much to walk. The thing is you're like restricted in space, right? And you basically like... Yeah. You see? He's setting a goal. Bro! I think I saved that just now. Oof, this is... No boost. That's the best I can do here. Oh no. He should have followed up on that one. What? I mean... I can't take it. Crazy shit. I can't believe it again. Every game is kinda crazy in its own style. I'm gonna visit the bathroom for a minute here. You guys, I'm gonna play a little ad break. Thanks so much for watching. To all the people in the stream right now. Ad break incoming. Let me just see how this works again. There we have it. Oh, it doesn't work because I just played. Alright. Then... Wait, actually? Yeah, why doesn't it work? Oh, okay. But I have to wait... How long? Yeah, I'm gonna do the collab in a minute. I wanna end this Rocket League session on a positive note though. So I'm gonna play until we fucking win. We have to get a win as our last game. Oh, my legs. Shit. I'm getting somewhere. Gotta keep the grind up. So, let's crack straight into it. Wait, did I just lose or did I just win? Wait, it's 6-7 right now. Fuck, did I update the score? I genuinely don't know if I just won or if I lost. I think I lost, right? Did I update the score, Jay? Crap. I think I did. Let's get in the next one. Alright, so I want to win on a positive note, so I need 2 wins. I want to have 1 more win than loss. It's actually quite impressive if you think about it. How it's so... the possibility is so high that you end up 50-50. Like, look at this. 6-7 right now. Ranked should put me into matches with people that are same good as me. But for some reason, it's actually... I mean, makes sense that it's 50-50 at the end of the day, right? Makes sense, yeah. Makes sense. I just have to get better than the average in my league. Like in my current rank. And then that's how I rank up. So basically, I have to get better. I can't be as good as the enemy. As everybody. I have to, Woohoo! What a bump, brother! Let's fucking go! Boom! I really rarely do bumps. Really rarely. I'm not a bump player. But when I do, they come in clutch, baby. Oh! Oh, yeah! Imagine I hit that second one right there. Could have went in if I have a crazy angle there. Oh, come on! Come on! That cola's giving me energy. I'm fucking telling you it's giving me energy. I shouldn't be talking too much. I shouldn't be talking too much. This is all karma right now. This is also karma. Oh shit. And his name is Why So Serious. It fits perfectly into this current match. What a great match. What a great match. I love it. He tried something there. I respect it. It's actually a crazy pass if you think about it. I'm kind of scared to take weird balls. But oh no. Oh, it's good. Nah, don't FF, bro! Why FF? Why are they both FFing? This is the craziest match today. This is so ironically an actually good match. Come on, lock in. I don't get it. I don't get humanity. I literally don't get it. Like, I literally don't get it. It's crazy. This is this has to get recorded and uploaded on an official Rocket League. It's such a funny match. My fingers are a bit wet. What can I do about this? Woo! No. Bro! You can't end me like this. Ah! Yeah! Yeah, I'm gonna edit this. Bro, is anyone going... I'm waiting hours! Woo! Ah! I think that Cola just had a direct effect on my system. Like, direct. I'm gonna steal all the boosts here. This was actually really bad now. Okay, it's 1 second. It's okay. Nice, jeez. Nice match. It was a good match. I just worry. I just wonder why people want to FF at moments like these. I can't get it in my head. It's really weird, actually. All right, so we are back where we started. 7-7 as well. Jay, look at this. Come on. If I'm not addicted, that's the thing. If I'm not addicted, I just press some buttons. My OBS changed something. This is bad. What happened? We have to go for it? Crazy. What happened there? What the hell happened? Okay, I fixed. Sorry, mate. Kind of rushing here. I'm really using my speed here. Okay. Thank you, mate. That really helped me here. Woo! Thank you. That should have been saved, though, to be honest here. That should have been saved. Oh my god. I'm not going for that. It's too dangerous. Nobody's rotating. I got one of the boosts. Bro, what am I trying? I'm trying so crazy stuff. Let's go, nice shot. Oh, there should not be any enemy sands. Bro, I have the control of it. I need tab, really bad. Alright, easy. I need faster rotation. I'm kinda useless. Alright, important bump here. Nice, just passive. Nice. Let's go. That's a good one. I'm streaming for how many years? Kinda started 2017, no? 9 years. Which is kinda crazy. I started content creation in 2014, did videos back then, I never streamed then, right? Yeah, I never streamed. Only Minecraft videos when I was a kid. But now, since 2017, when I did Gold Era, I also live streamed, yeah. So I've been doing this for 9 years, basically. And overall content creation since 12, 13 years? 13. No, 12 years. Yeah. So 9 or 13 years, however you wanna take it. It's been a bless. Why am I in another game? And I'm lagging! Don't lag! I needed rotation from him. I'm streaming for 9 years. It's actually crazy. I think my highest viewer count was 80. 80 in BT 6 times. I don't know if since when you are here, Jay, but I've been doing this since 2017, yeah. Well, at least on Twitch since 2019, and on YouTube, if you count YouTube, which you probably should do, 2017. Oh my god. And the highest view count 80, BT 6 times. Some big guy kept on raiding me there. I remember that. Like, if we count raids in. If we don't count raids in, then genuine high score viewership was, I wanna say 30, yeah, 30. 30. BT6 is basically a cheat code. I should do more of it. Alright, at least this guy is good at defending. That's something I love to see. When my mates know how to defend in tight moments. This is such a game winner actually. To have mates that know that can defend. Not the casual defense, like in tight moments, like what do I do? Where am I? What do I prioritize now? Blah blah blah. Etc. etc. This is really bad now. Nice. This guy is so good. I love him. I love this mate. Look, even that ball, which probably nobody else would have saved, he fucking saved that with fucking style. Oh! What a blunder. Jeez. How's the quality of the stream? It's good? Nice. My camera looks kind of shit, but I'm using a webcam right now. I'm done using that ultra high tech camera since I don't like the lens of it. I look way better in a webcam. And yes, I'm going for looks. So let me just position some stuff in OBS Studio. Okay. Did I just count the win? I forgot. I don't think I counted the win, right? Wait a second. Did I count it now? I think it's 9-7. No, it's not. It should be 9-7. Dude, I really need a button for this. It should be 9-7 now. Yeah, 9-7. Let's fucking go, actually. This is really good. But I'm gonna risk it one more time. If I lose, I'm gonna leave it. We're gonna be +1 if I lose now. If I win, we're +3. Come on. Wish me luck, chat. I can do this shit. Whoa, what? Damn! But I went AFK to check my stream. Right. Just did that emergency clean there. I shot it so he's not gonna get it. So it's not in his line of in this direction. That's not going in actually. Holy shit. Oh. I'm not going. Sursky. Damn, this is a race video game. I wish somebody had me back there, seeing I have no boost. This wouldn't have happened. That's okay. Nice. I'm kinda addicted right now. Nah. Oh! Huge blunder from the enemy there. Why's my nose itching? Yep. It's all just a symptom of being human. My bad. Nah. I've made a shot like that before. Oh, sorry, mate. Bro, go, I have 0 boost. Look at my boost. You gotta look at my boost. My bad. What? Imagine I didn't jump there. I mean, I have to jump. You just jump in these moments. I don't like this double commits. It's really bad. Woo! Alter. I seriously think I have to carry this. Yeah, thanks though. Alright. No, I think I'm gonna pause it here. We're in the positive. We're in the positive. I don't wanna rain it now. By getting intermates. Let's keep it like this. 10-8. Good standing. 18 games. It's good. Was fun. That's good. I'm gonna leave it there. We're going into a collaboration. Well, are we though? I don't know what I'm gonna do. Maybe go offline? Is anyone watching? I'm gonna leave it at 18 games. It been a blast though. It been a blast. I'm gonna go to Sons of the Forest. with Elias. I'm gonna ask him. He's live as well. It's been a huge blast. 18 games. What are we standing? Something like 10-8, which is good. Close to being champ.
Hey Maxi. What? Coming? What do... Yeah, let's do that. We're gonna continue the quest then tomorrow. What's the last save? Should be right before this, yeah. So let's go. Didn't we do anything yet? Yeah then. We found us 2 now. Yeah, we can do it. Go in mine. And just go in voice chat and pull you up there then.
Yo, what's up?
Hello.
Yo, what's up?
Hello.
Test, test, test. Why do I sound like a robot? Test, test, test. Why do I sound like a robot? You wanna hop into some stuff first?
Yeah, let's go in the forest.
Let's get some progress there. And collab with question mark. Somebody asked me if we're gonna collab with Jinx here. Well, no shit, Sherlock. I'm not gonna collab with Jinxie. I have 1 viewer. Wow, that was a good grind though. How was your stream?
Was fun. Many side quests. Completed some. Just played Batman.
Okay, I'm starting the lobby. Invite friends. Wow. Dude, that was a fun as fuck chat. I'm telling you guys, this was fun as fuck. I wanna grind more of this. I need to reach Grand Champion. We have to reach Grand Champion. We have to. I've been playing this game since 2016. Wait, there's no... Wait, say 2016? I think so, no? Yeah, I think it's 2016. Before... Wait, no. Galera, I've been playing since 2012, but... Rocket League 2016. It's insane. 10 years. Never quitting the game, actually. Never gonna quit that. It's too fun. It's too good. It's just too good. What's... I'm gonna call the stream What's... Well, I actually asked if anyone's watching the stream. You know what? I actually don't care. I wanna play this fun game. Let me see. Oh, is the stream lagging? Chat, is anyone there? I see stream lagging a bit. Hello? Everything
Doesn't show me anything.
okay? What do you mean it doesn't show you problems?
My stream at least doesn't, like, at least has no frames recently.
Brother, I'm talking hardware. Not network. Let me see. Wait a second. Let me see. You want to stream together?
Yeah, let's do that.
Can you invite me?
Yeah, I'll do it.
You're
Send me an
invited to join. Can I actually accept it via OBS? No. Okay, just through here. Do you have a fan running?
Yeah, do you hear that? I'm gonna turn it down a bit.
Nah, it's okay. I don't care.
Okay.
Alright, chat is on? Yeah. Bro, I love your new Discord server. You've done a really, really nice job. Like, look how clean this is. I really like it.
Gotten good now. Maybe add a bit more stuff in the future, but it's much better.
I like the ticket system. It's really useful. Really important. Really important right now.
Yeah, very
No,
important.
Now, all jokes aside, it's actually good to have something like this.
Yeah.
Alright. My OBS audio mixer is lagging. Apparently I don't have any lag though. It's just the audio mixer. It's weird. The audio mixer is 1 FPS whenever I'm in some heavy game. Let's get straight into this. Audio is fine, chat? Who's that? Let's sleep real
Someone
quick.
downstairs.
I wanna sleep. Probably not gonna work. Oh, it worked!
Surprisingly. The guy's still on there.
Nice. Wait 1 second. Voice count? Well, I mean, yeah, there is in-game chat, but it's not that good. Okay, it's been 3 months, right? Have we played after Budapest? Wait, bro, it's been 3 months. Have we played after Budapest? I'm kind of lost.
I'm not sure.
I'm kind of lost.
I'm
not-
no idea.
I see some shell in my inventory. What can I do with this? Some question mark. Ah, that's like the basically Timmy's toy or something like that, but in a different thing now. 1 of 7. So you have to find 7 parts. I wonder if that's important to finish the game. What, bro? The thing is, we have lots of time, right? I don't want to rush this playthrough. This is the game I come back to when I feel like I want to chill a bit. It's not a crazy content game, nothing like this. It just when I'm done with my content, I come back here, we chill a bit, have good times, get thrown rocks from some random cannibals, and people moaning.
Yo, that's something we can do.
This guy is making me aggressive. I want to kill him.
He's on a tree.
I gotta get into this again, chat. Oh, we have a pistol. We do have a pistol. Alright, let's see the hotkeys. 1 is the axe. 2, we have the bow. 3, we have a motherfucking pistol. 4, we have the light torch. And 5... Wait, what is 5? What is this?
Taser.
LOL!
Don't shoot me.
Reload? Wait, does it
Don't think
actually...
there's enough ammo for that.
Wait, does it take ammo?
Yeah, that's ammo.
Wait. GPS locator. I have 3. Okay. Yeah, let's kill this one guy real quick. What's the weapon? I think this, no? No.
I hit him.
Yeah, I don't wanna burn all of the corpses. It's like ages.
we don't need
Kinda
to
wanna keep going. The thing is, I'm all for getting skeleton armor and shit like that, but bro, it's literally 80% of the playthrough, and this is exactly the thing that makes me kinda bored. So
Yeah,
I
yeah,
wanna
let's
we
not get
we
it.
can do it every now and then when it's really needed, but now it's fine.
Yep.
Where's the car, by the way? We need that car.
I have no idea. We have behind probably somewhere. Is it maybe on the map somewhere? To see?
What is the map? Wait, what is this over there? I
No
see
idea.
some TV. What is
Oh,
this?
let's go there. Might be the car? I have no idea. Let's go. Check it out.
Let's go there. Jay, you okay with no
What?
music, or do you want to listen to some music? I'm okay with anything. I just feel like survival game is kind of destroying the immersive vibe if you play
Oh,
some
there's a
fucking
cliff here.
rock music.
I can go. Ah, there are cars over there.
I wonder if you can go down here.
Probably somehow.
Oh wait, this is not our car though. Wait, golf cart
No.
battery. Pog.
And I think I remember seeing them before, but I'm not sure.
Alright, I see what this thing is over there. We should do some hiking streams, bro.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like,
Do
it's
that again.
extremely healthy. Secondly, I really enjoyed it. And thirdly, it's the weather. Well, it's really hot right now. Maybe not right
Currently,
now.
No, not right now, but when the weather's good again.
Let's do it in the winter again.
I
I enjoyed it. It was kind of winter. It was kind of winter, and I have to say, the weather was really good. I really enjoyed that hiking stream we did.
Mhm.
The one in the mountains here in Germany. We have done 2, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we went mountains several times.
Do we have
Okay,
any
we are on
lag in
that
your
point,
stats?
but, not anything new.
Alright.
At the beginning, somewhat.
What is this? Wait, is it showing me this car on the map?
I don't know.
Wait, it's showing us this. What is this? I'm right on it now. This has to be it.
What? Oh yeah, a cave.
Let's
Oh,
go.
let me make me new greg soup. Have something to eat in there.
Utility knife. Wait. Ooh. Okay. I like this. What are you doing?
I'm making soup to have that and take it with me in the cave. You should also, if you can make that one as well, you should also make one.
How do I do this?
2 legs, 2 arms, and 1 head.
I
You have
have
that?
I have Greg in my cooking pot.
Okay, then you already have food for the cave.
It's
It's
really low though. So wait, how do I make it again?
2 legs, 2 arms, 1 head. Do you have that?
I have how many arms?
2.
I have 2 legs. Yes, I have 2 arms, and I have head.
Yeah, then you need to empty the pot again, also to drink the soup.
Look,
And then go over to- after that, go to the river there and get new water for that.
Bro. Oh, it's alright here. Alright. That's it.
Then you need a campfire.
Can I
There's
use
2
this?
sticks on the floor. Not while it's cooking.
Yeah.
I light fire and then. Oh, my soup is ready. And yeah, and just interact with it. So hold that.
Okay.
Hold it.
I can press E.
Yeah, hold E.
Okay.
Then select the pot.
Use. Okay.
Yeah. Then the arms, legs, and the head.
Arms. Boom. And now I do cook. Nice. That's good as fuck, bro.
Yeah, super useful.
And this is gonna give us energy, stamina, health, everything?
It gives. I'm not sure about energy, but it gives stamina. It gives health and drinking, and also a buff.
Really useful. Jay, are you there? I feel kind of ignored. Ah, we're doing the multi chat. I love that feature. That's so game changing. How long do I wait?
Until you see when it's done. It says takes a moment.
How do I change the? Oh, it's already at max.
It's done.
What do we press? Hold E or just E?
Just E.
Boom. Nice, thank you, bro. Now we both have a whole pot of cannibal soup.
Yup.
Hmm.
Extremely good.
That should last for the cave. Let's go in.
Yup.
Wait, what does this icon mean? Does it mean we've been in here? Wait, it's blinking like crazy. I wanna go in.
Yeah, that looks like,
It has to mean something.
Yeah.
Shit, what does it mean? Blinking icon, minimap. Is the light also purple for you?
yeah.
Hmm.
Because it's like a lightning lighter.
Ah,
it's the
I
fire one. Ooh,
Wait,
it's a
where?
facility.
Brother. Yeah, let's finish the game real quick.
Yeah.
Crouch. Oh, what is that? What is the hallway?
Yeah.
Loot the shit, bro. Loot the shit.
Solar panel?
Loot the shit.
You got a solar panel.
Wait, what? It's huge.
Parallel universe. Oh, you can print here. With the printing. Oh yeah, you can print stuff here. You can change stuff.
LeBlanc. I found some book.
What can you make? Arrows? Flasks?
Wait. Now I see this. Wait. Wait, what? GPS case? Wait a second.
We have a few of that.
Wait. I have GPS locator, but no case.
Right. Yeah. that's
Wait.
what- Yeah, print one of
What the
them.
hell is this? Wait, what do I combine this with? Oh, I need circuit boards. Alright, you need circuit boards, tape, batteries. I don't have any circuit boards. Do you have one circuit board?
Let me share, but I made many bombs, so probably not.
Yeah, full of sticky bombs. Wait, can you? What is flask? Huge.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we gotta get these absolutely. And
Grappling hook.
one more, I have something for to craft it as well. I think. Right. I have with that zipline rope. So no. Yeah. Right, it's 19
Wait. Wait, how much milliliter do we have? 400 milliliter. How much? Oh, that is crazy expensive. Bro, I don't know why it's 1000. I feel like it's you can't die if you use it. Like if you jump down. I feel like you can jump down with that into some big hole and that's the end game.
Yeah,
I
maybe.
feel like it's
That's
like
important.
it's like the fast way to get there. I'm not gonna bid this though. What else we have?
Whatever, mask water, whatever that
Oh, I
does.
wanna make a flask.
Yeah, that's absolutely, we both need that. Wanna make one for me?
Hello? Hoo, hoo, hoo.
Oh, and the arrows you can make here are probably like super good arrows.
Wait, what else can we do? Mask?
Mask, whatever that does.
Grappling hook. I wanna make a grappling hook, bro.
Yeah, that sounds super
Wait, that
interesting,
is 100. We can make two of... Wait, do you you said you have some item for this. Wait, what is it called?
I have a zipline rope that which looks kind of like.
Where do
the-
we find it in the inventory? Where is it?
It's right next to the ropes. Between
Brother,
rope and
where's
top-
rope? Like top left?
Top right.
Okay. Oh yeah, I see. Zipline rope. Thing is, you can't right click that.
I'm pretty sure I also have printing, so we
Really?
can refill that thing.
Wait, you can refill this?
Yeah, I have 600 ink.
Alright, let's make a grappling hook. I wanna try this.
You should also have a printer ink. We have it's at the top left in the inventory.
Where is it, sir? Oh, you can open them.
Oh,
Where's the energy
where is
bus,
even
chat?
more? Yeah.
Is this it?
Oh, the grappling hooks are done. It's two of them. Okay. No idea where it is in the inventory.
Slingshot.
Ah,
Can't
down
you-
here.
Where is it?
At the top, bottom left a bit.
Combine. Wait,
No,
combine.
it's for crafting zip lines and ropes. We don't need that. Okay, we have already the finished product.
Ah. Alright. What else can I do here? Tech mesh. What is a tech mesh?
No idea.
My English is too bad to know what this is. We have to make it. Wait, how much?
Mhm.
Can you add some? I added 100.
Okay, I added 700. Like we can make everything
Bro,
else for it.
700! Yeah,
I just
make
said press E and it just took everything.
tech mesh.
It just took everything when I interacted with it. How did you even put only one in there?
Oh, let's save here.
Yeah, you can save your hammer. Ah, there.
I wonder if
Save.
if only I have to save this game. Ooh, crossbow bolts in the corner.
Oh, where?
Huge.
Oh, insane. But we
Cool.
don't have crossbow yet, but yeah, he is good. And carbon fiber arrows as well, probably really good ones.
What is tech mesh? You got it?
I have it, I'm just searching for it right now.
What is this? Is that a mine? I feel like this is mine. fucking go. What is this?
I can't find that.
Tech mesh. Where's tech mesh at? Okay, apparently it's not in the inventory.
Weird.
What is this? What did I craft then? Nah, it has to be somewhere. High explosives. What is this? Grenade, slingshot, GPS tracker, chicory, lots of plants. Tactical jacket. That doesn't seem like it exists. I basically crafted nothing. Huge.
Yeah.
Tech
There's
mesh.
still a mask left.
Maybe one day we find it out. Let's go.
There's still a mask, whatever that does.
Yeah, craft it.
Hello? How'd I look?
1 second. Look at me. Oh, that's pretty sick. Does it do anything?
Yeah. It feels like it's for stealth because you need to manually hold it before you in front of your face.
Wait a second. I have a feeling. I need one as well. Okay, what I think you can do with that, if you see cannibals far away, you can hold it and they think you are a cannibal.
I have
Because
seen that as
they're
well, yeah.
Nah, we have to try that.
Mm-hmm. And you can also make really high quality arrows here.
Let's go. I think there's a mine over there.
I want to put that on some hotkey. How did it work again? Okay, I did it.
Oh, crafting. Chikari plus health mix. I like how you can spam all the ingredients in there and it's just gonna ignore the ones you don't need. I really liked it. Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, let's go. Bro, there's a mine over there. Look at this. That shit has to be a mine.
Oh,
What is this?
yeah, that looks like a mine. We can shoot it with an arrow.
Yeah, yeah. Try.
I don't know if I missed or it just didn't do anything.
1 second.
Okay, doesn't
The
do anything.
fuck is
Shooting it,
that?
then just don't step on it. Or is it a Roomba?
I don't
Like
know. Moving mine.
Yeah, that might. Or it is here a vacuum robot.
I need help over here.
Kind of looks like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna wear armor for this. I feel like we're at the end game spot. I'm gonna wear
Good
creepy
idea.
armor. I'm gonna wear creepy armor. This is resource. Wait, what do I have?
I'm gonna do some bone armor.
Drink, eat everything.
Yep.
Cat food. What do I need for this? What's the second ingredient? What is that? A scissors? Oh, I can just drink the pot, no?
Yep. Also gives a buff.
Huge, huge. Alright, I'm ready.
Yeah, then let's go.
Let's try to focus one person. I hear somebody. Wait. Back off. Oh, we good, we good, we good. Watch collected. Nine! Yeah, this is definitely yeah. All right, right. Okay, so the blinking thing it tells you have to go here at the end. This is 100% the end game. 100%.
Yeah, that's the end game, absolutely.
Where do we go? Is this the path we came from?
Yeah, that's where I come from.
We have to find the card. We have to find the card.
And we gotta remember the spot for you can make high quality arrows here
Bro.
and some sled.
Ah, yeah. That all makes sense now. Wait, high quality arrow. How much is this? I wanna try this. Makes sense. The game wants you to get the buffed for the boss fight.
Yep.
Wait, it's regular wooden arrow, no?
It's probably the good arrows. I have some in the corner before. How is that called? Probably carbon fiber arrows, right? Or printed arrows or something.
No, it's 3D printed arrows.
Okay, no idea how good they are.
Can you see how much damage an arrow does?
I don't think it shows that. Just the name.
Where's the arrows in the inventory?
In the boxes. In the top of the boxes.
Ah, lol. I have crossbows, carbon fiber arrow, 3D printed arrow, stone arrow. All right. Yeah, all right. Yeah, let's get out of here.
Yep. Oh, and explosive stone arrows. They are also overpowered. I remember that. I also have 2 of them left.
Wait, you can sleep inside, I think.
Yeah, right. There was something.
Wait, now is it night or day now? I literally can't
It
see
looks
that.
like night.
Fuck, I'm scared as fuck. Oh, I hate this, brother. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, it's night.
We should sleep again.
We can sleep right after we slept.
Crap. My Twitch chat cannot see anything. Okay, so the blinking thing is end game. What else do we have? We still have the exclamation mark over there. Yeah, let's try to rush that.
Was that something we need to dig?
We need to get going. That's kind of is part of me. So I wanna visit. Wait, just Kelv. Let's go to K. Let's go to our friend. I wanna
Okay.
get my friend. Twitch guys.
The exclamation
Twitch.
mark was a place where we need to dig, so we need a shovel.
Dear Twitch viewers, can you see anything? I feel like you cannot see anything. Looks really dark in OBS. I'm so going to run into a cliff. I'm cutting it now. I'm running into a cliff because I see nothing.
This happens very possible.
I can best keep running.
Mm-hmm.
What? What's this? Top? Ooh. Bro, where the hell are we? I found shit take. What on earth
Oh,
is
yeah.
shit take?
Some mushroom, I think.
Shit take, what is this? Fly Amanita. Poison stone arrow sounds OP. Poison arrow is probably good for
mistake.
crazy fights. Where you have some high tier enemies. It's like over time you get huge amounts of damage. Might consider crafting those. It's dark. How's it now? Beautiful, crazy. Ah! Help me, please.
I'm on my way.
Alter. He literally came on the... nah, bro. Are you... Why is he camping in the water? That's true, I have to kill him. Nah, fuck him, bro. Fuck him, fuck him.
Oh, the other one's here. You get next in. Oops.
Wait, we have the flask. Equip.
Right, we can probably fill it with water.
Boom.
As well. But it's dirty water.
What's the sound? Oh!
Nice. What? I'm stuck. Okay, I'm fine.
See 4 bricks. Oh, circuit board, huge. Alright, so with this circuit board, I wanted to make GPS locator, right? GPS locator. Yes. This and batteries. Where's the batteries? I don't get it though. Change icon. Maybe for later, maybe for later. I don't get it. Let's try to get our friend back on track. So we can do shit together. The thing is, if he dies, he just, Wait, what is this? You want any tab, any tab, any tab.
Alright. Why did you run?
Hammy, 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 hammy.
Yeah, I can't do it. Not here. Yeah. Okay, now I'm there.
Let's go here to the smoke. Rush, 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 rush.
Oh, that's a group. Pretty big group. We could use the mask now, maybe.
Oh, what is that thing over there? What is this? What is this white creature? Is that a animal?
Wait, there's one just bound to something or something.
What?
Right?
What is this? Let's grief free quick and then we check this out. Nah, I'm going there now. What is this shit? What the fuck? What the fuck? Brother.
They just bound to me.
We need our car, man. We need our car.
Yeah, where did we leave that?
What? It's not dying. Yo, use your mask. Use your mask. Wait. Oh my god, Elias. What the fuck, brother?
No, it's dead.
Bro! Bro! Take him with you. Alright, we grieve that base. Now it's time to get our guy.
Wait, it's not. It's a big one.
Ah! What the fuck, bro? Why do I get jump scared every day? Help, 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 where is he?
Yeah, I'm doing. Behind you. It's running after you.
I'm a good. I'm a good. Yo, calm the fuck
It's running.
down, mate.
Oh, he's focusing me now. Oh, he's down? Oh, that's down.
Here's a helmet. Here's a helmet. Remember.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
Oh,
Get back,
Okay.
get back, get back.
okay, I have.
I don't think he's dead. I don't think he's dead. I don't think he's
No,
dead.
he's dead. He's dead. He's
I
dead.
don't think.
Pretty sure he's dead.
Alright, he's dead. The fuck is that? Alright, bro. We are advancing to the next age now.
Yeah.
It's getting crazy.
Armored guys. Guys in creepy armor now appear.
If there's anyone in chat who knows what we have to do, I actually allow backseating in this game because it feels like really slow. It feels really slow. I don't know what to do. So if anyone wants to tell me a little bit like small tips on what to do, what to prioritize, anything, I'd really appreciate that. I would appreciate that, and I'm actually welcoming that. Alright, that's our car over there.
Oh, the car. Good, nice.
Wait, is that the car? I think so, no? Yeah, it is. Nice.
Found finally.
Ooh, and a cave entrance. I'm pretty sure. Have we been in here? Oh, it's a crash now.
I have no
We
idea.
have to mark them somehow. Let's go in and mark it afterwards.
At the moment, it's not on the map, the cave.
Wait, are they on maps?
You also can see maps on cave sometimes. Like, I see some there.
Wait, you still see one? Where? Wait.
Like, at the bottom and stuff. And above us, I can see 3 caves right now. On the map.
Yeah, I see. Well, I don't know if it shows stuff when you have explored it or when you don't have explored it. Or like always. That's the problem here.
I have no idea what it does.
The car, why is it here? Have we bought it here?
Maybe I just.
I think
have
so, no?
idea
I
what-
remember those two guys. I think we brought it here, then we went in, and then we went out and left it here.
That's possible.
Let's go to K. You in?
Yep.
Where's K over there? Wait, where's K? Wait, now he's over there?
What? Wait, there's a body over there. Is that K over there?
Where?
Oh, he's down.
Is that him?
I assume.
Brother. How do
What?
we revive him?
No idea.
Oh. I think it's over.
Like, he can just be gone, right?
Nah, he's dead. Like, he doesn't move.
Yeah, there gotta be a way to revive him.
Bro, I'm not a magician. Fuck, now he went all the way here to see him dead.
Yeah.
They dragged him all the way from fucking Spain to the beach now. Like, what the hell? Just to... they're luring us into here. Fucking cannibals,
just
man.
left
That
me
make
out
me
when he
so
died.
angry. Yeah, I don't know what to do, brother. I'm so lost. I'm literally lost. We have the cave over here. There's no way we haven't checked that.
Yeah, in there, yeah. Maybe we missed something or
Wait,
something? I don't know.
Wait, we have been in there,
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
and we only been in one cave, no?
No, we had
Nah, only one.
We had more.
Really?
Absolutely. Yeah, we had more. I don't know how many, but we more than one.
Is there a big map somewhere?
I think only the GPS tracker with M.
I need a bigger map. We feeling this one, right? Yeah. There's no way we... Alright, let's go. Wait, I'm dying. Chat, where do I have to go, guys? How do you find caves? There's one icon on this map over here. We found another cave just now, which did not have an icon. Assuming we have been there already. We haven't been to this side, let's go this side. If you see anything special, let me know.
Yep. Looking out.
Nah, I swear there was a bigger map than M.
I don't think in this game.
Hmm.
Right, maybe the car map could zoom out more. I think Black can somehow zoom it out. Some button.
Yeah, get it over here real quick.
I'm getting the couch.
What the fuck? It's broken, no?
No, probably not cleared off the water, right?
How the fuck is it surviving that? Yeah, bro, you drive for now.
I also can't drive.
Ah, I hate driving, you drive.
I also hate driving.
Drive.
5Z Energy Drink, now in 3 new flavors. Thermal Grape, Bloody Banana, and Chillin' Cherry. Blast off with 5Z.
Yeah, where are you going?
Alright, let me switch seats.
Okay.
Alright.
Ah ja, mit dem Mausband ist schnell die Map. Map.
Ah, huge, okay. Oh, now I see many caves. Wait, we have the red icon over there, and the yellow icon. Yeah, drive us to some cave.
Okay.
It's like...
Also, Cremation directly in front of us?
Yeah,
But we are there probably already.
No, let's go there. Pause. Wait a second. Shall we go for a swim again? I nearly get killed by sharks.
Ah ja.
That's hilarious, bro.
We got circuit boards. I don't know what. I don't remember what
Wait,
we
where?
used it for,
Ooh,
but
huge.
there's a circuit board in here.
Oh, nice, thank you. Let's go.
It's stuck.
Driving is really fun, right?
It sucks.
Really, really fun. I love it. Let's go. Bro, grab!
No! It's, back on stuck place again. Let's roll back.
Get in, bro. Bro,
I need to put it so it doesn't go back.
Wait, there's a tent over there.
Okay, now it should work. What is it?
Tent.
Okay. Where? Ah, no. Gun ammo.
Safe. Huge. Gun ammo is really huge.
Yep.
Let's see if there's some cave around here. Well, I wonder if you will see that one cave just now. It was marked on the map. Not every cave is marked on the map, apparently.
Mhm.
I'm really worried
Yes.
right now. Where's the car? Let's go. Brother, stop that music.
I don't know how.
What's happening? Car's about to explode.
No, I don't know. There's a scanner for the pink thing, I think. I remember that. Yeah, right on it. Yeah, this. Yeah, we need a shovel.
Yo, how do you make a shovel? How do you make a shovel? Wait. Stick. No. Stone? No.
Then it's
Big
not
ass
sticky, we need to
stone?
find it.
No.
Sure.
Wait, repair. Yeah, we have to find it. Chat, where do we find a shovel? Does anyone know? We need shovel. I want it.
Ah, I found how to change the music.
Oh!
Oh ja, ist gut raus.
Brother. Let's drive. Drive me! Drive me! Drive me!
Although living on the beach
Just turn off that fucking music!
like everyone else.
No! Turn it off! Oh my god, bro!
Okay, it's off now.
I like how laggy it is. Pause. Where was it? I saw something. Ah, here. What is that? That's cool as fuck. It's a nice little Easter egg here.
Oh, you killed the turtle.
I killed it?
Yeah,
Yep.
baby turtle.
Man. Yeah, just keep driving. No, go more to the right. We're driving where we went already. Hard
There's
right.
water there. There's water there, is the problem.
No, there's
Maybe-
beach,
over
beach.
the beach, yeah, beach, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's still showing me the icons. Brother. Use the road.
Yeah, not that one.
Yo, Jay, can I just say
Thanks so
thank you
much.
for being here for a second? And generally, I'm thankful whoever's watching right now. I don't know you. I don't know who's watching. I don't even know you. I'm still really thankful for every person here now. It's just, it's fun. I don't know. It's fun. I like to be live. I like to show people what I'm doing. Maybe some people are enjoying this. Really chill, really cozy. We went from crazy grinding into cozy survival. And bro, I love it. I'm having a fucking blast, to be honest. I'm having a fucking blast. I'm really appreciating the moment right now. Brothers, I'm really appreciating the moment right now. I really thank you for joining this. It's really fun.
Yep. There's one cave, there's some weird symbol, the actual cave.
Right, yeah, let's go there. I hate driving, I need a helicopter.
If there's a helicopter in the cave.
Are there jetpacks?
I wouldn't expect a jetpack.
What age are we in? Is this Stone Age?
Like, it is technically modern edge, but we are standing on an island.
Imagine a big ass troll just appearing in the middle of the jungle here, like in Valheim. You remember them?
Yeah.
The big ass blue troll. Bro,
Yeah,
when
Valheim.
Valheim 1.0 releases, I'm gonna do a playthrough. I'm inviting you, I'm inviting Danas, and I'm inviting Billy. We have to do this.
Yeah.
It's going to be amazing. It's going to be 1.0, full release, full game, new boss, new biome, everything. And we're gonna have a fucking blast there.
Yeah. Gonna do that. Maybe finally finish the game.
And that, and that.
There are too many trees here.
Bro. Those rocks are annoying.
Yeah.
I mean, you're kind of supposed to use a road, no?
There's no road leading everywhere. They're just kind of sometimes there.
Well, actually, yeah. Wait, you see a special symbol? I only see cave now. Wait, that's a different cave symbol, no?
There is something on top of the cave symbol. Right on top of it. Can't see what it is.
Really? Wait. Pause for a second. Yeah, you're right, yeah. Drive.
Yeah, I need to get up.
One second, please. I have to check this out.
Okay. Is there an elevator cave?
Oh my god, that's a turtle. Yeah, I'm checking. I wonder if that shit exists. In the first one, there was an elevator cave, no?
There was an exit, but you didn't need to go anywhere under to find anything important, I think.
Ah, yeah, right.
Oh, no, more printer ink.
1 second. Yeah, nothing here.
There's a lot of
Okay.
things.
Tent, perfect. Solar panel. I wonder what you can use that for.
Maybe there's stuff here, the energy now?
Bro, eat the thing that you have multiple of. Just eat that.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
Okay, okay.
Can opener!
What?
You can finally open the cans and use them as food. Here in the middle.
Lol. Right, can opener.
Yeah, we have cans that we can't use before. Now we can open them to eat something.
Wait, which? This can?
The silver cans. Canned food.
Wait, I can't. It's the combine.
Yeah, you want to combine them, yeah. With the can opener.
Where's the can opener though? I don't have one.
Here is bottom left, right, bottom left from the crafting thing. Otherwise it's in the middle of the thing and you need to pick it up.
I still have to figure it out. Where is it?
Somewhere here in the middle.
Ah, nice. Ah, nice. This is game changing.
Yeah.
Wait. I thought I could make millions of stuff after that, but no, I was bugged. Yeah, I'm ready to go on.
Jo, ich activate Molotovs and I'm coming. Right, I'm ready. Towers over here, I think.
This was huge. Really, really important for the whole
Yeah, really good.
playthrough. We
Yep.
don't have wasted items in the inventory now. Maybe there's some that we can do shit with, but this is really huge.
Yeah, super important. What? Why does he want to cook with the car? What?
What?
He put out the cooking menu when I wanted to go in the car.
Wait. No. Jay, do you have to take over a night shift to, in a bit? Or
Okay, now that's the helicopter, I think. Now we can zoom on in a bit on the map. And we see it properly.
ah,
Yeah, also, good.
wait, but bro, was the helicopter marked originally?
The other one not, but this one, yeah. So maybe it's more important.
But we haven't been there, right?
I don't think so.
Lol. Oh my god, this is huge.
Yeah.
You know what I love?
What do you love?
I love advancing.
Yeah, that's always awesome.
Bro, you killed that fucking raccoon. You killer. Jay, hello?
I think we can walk to the helicopter real quick.
Wait, wait! Oh my, we have to go here.
Yeah,
We have to go
that's-
here. Oh my god.
But
Yeah.
first helicopter, I would say. Then
Yippee.
here.
Yippee, yippee, yay. Bro, give me a yippee, yippee, yay.
Yippee bay.
It's the same one from just now, no?
No, it's a different one.
Really?
It looks completely different. Yeah, it looks very different.
But why
this
is there
our-
not
this is-
nothing? No items.
This is our spawn, I think.
Ah,
this is our
why? Yeah, it's cracked straight into the cave.
Here's fireweed, a new plant. Let me check what you can do with that.
Yeah, I have millions of plants. 1 second here.
Health mix.
Eat.
Health mix plus. That's for health mix plus important.
Energy mix. Oh, that's cool. Let me craft that. It's gonna come in handy in the boss fight. In the boss fight, I will do crazy preparations. No usual preparations. I will do crazy preparations. So I'm gonna really look what I can do, and then have lots of life of clarity and like buff items.
That's important.
What I know now is the poison arrows. They're gonna be super handy, and the energy mix. And
explosive
also-
arrows are completely overpowered.
Explosive ammo, arrows, and lastly, last but not least, the music box. I think it gives you energy as well. So maybe we can place that down then.
You did it in the first game, I don't know. Maybe this one as well.
Here's a drink. I'm just gonna drink it now. Where is it? Do you see it?
I don't mind.
I think I traded it for a vodka. I think this is what just happened. Well, that's fine. I'm still good. Oh man! Hey, bro. Bro. At least I get a circuit board for that. At least that. Oh, that sound. Bro!
Oh.
1 second. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Are you ready to
I am ready.
rumble?
Yeah.
Time to fight.
That's
Holy
most of my-
moly, macaroni! Is this
Oh,
start point? Okay, what do we have? Lots of cloth, lots of watches. What can you make with watches? I get a millions of that. Sticky bomb. What else can you make? Canned food, as always, super useful. Lots of raw meat. Game is really preparing us right now for the big fight.
Mhm.
Raw meat, raw meat, raw meat. I mean, yeah, why not? What else can you do with circuit boards? Nothing. Shock stone arrow, what is that? Explosive stone arrow, is that good?
they're overpowered. They one-shot any normal enemies.
Alright, 4 of that. What is the... Is that a... Ah, I see. Arrow and battery. I mean, yeah, let's... Why not? Wait, which arrows does it want? Normal wood arrow?
Hmm?
1 second. Frick, I don't have enough. Yeah, I need more arrows. Let me grab some arrows.
I'm also crafting right now.
Oh my god, 1 second, Clash of Clans. Oh no. Who's Water Free updater? Water Wasser Free is updated. Okay, Jay coming in clutch. Even when I'm live, she still remembers to do her water. Jay, good fucking job, man. Did I use my attack? Yes, I did. And I got 3 stars. Jinx Simri.
There's also canned food here and I can open some.
Alright. Jay, I wanna tell you something. Are you there right now? Do you have feathers?
No, I'm out of feathers.
Wait, what about small rocks? I need small rocks,
Uh,
that's a problem.
I have some. I have some.
I need some. Like 5.
Yeah, interact with me.
What do you mean interact with me?
Hold E on me.
Okay. I can send you a pill if you want.
How many do you need? How many do you need?
5. Thank you. Here's here. I gave you energy drink.
Yeah, I'm full of energy drinks on the floor now. Yeah, pick it up again. It's under water here.
1 second. I gotta make way more arrows. Not enough. It's never enough. You can never have enough arrows in this game. Okay. Okay, I think I'm good now. How many do I have?
Yep.
How do you change arrow types?
Look, hold your bow, look down and press R.
Ah, nice. Damn, okay. Wait. Stone arrows.
Don't forget the energy drink on the floor.
Where?
Over here.
Nice. Alright. Let me drink one actually. Let's go.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's safe.
Yeah, I don't see any enemies.
I see one. In the center over there.
Ah, yeah.
Right in the spotlight. Holy crap, it's this atmosphere though. This is so much better than the first one.
Mhm.
Crazy atmosphere upgrade.
Yeah, the atmosphere is much better.
Do we have a flashlight?
Yeah, we have the flashlight.
There's one down here. I knew it. I hit him.
Ah, two.
Yeah, wait. I mean, can you board him?
Yeah, I'm
Nice.
already doing that.
Nice. I think I'm going in. I'm going in.
Okay.
Wait. Where are you? There's one bit somewhere here.
Oh, there are quite a few actually.
The fuck are you for a creature? There's really many.
Yeah. But they're going down.
One down. Yeah, we're burning all of them. Get all of them over here.
Yep.
Right next to the light. Dude, what is
I
this?
never use melee weapons in this game.
You there's ores
Mm,
in this.
What?
What? Oh, careful over here. Careful over here. Huge cliff. Where's the others? There wasn't only one.
Was?
What? You found something?
Be gone, evil.
Bro, what?
Yeah, pick up the cross. And you can make
Nice.
a be gone, evil motion.
We gone.
Okay, und das hier, uns hier dann erstmal jetzt da seid.
Ah. Oh yeah, pill. Use the pill. Use the pill. Use the pill. If you don't have.
I have full health.
Super good. Alright, get the evil over there. Where are they?
I have no idea.
Hä? We only killed one?
There are more, way more, at least 3, probably more.
There's 2 corpses here now. I want at least 3.
Yeah, there were at least 3, absolutely.
Ah, you don't have to combine them anymore to make Molotovs. Oh! Oh! Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, there we can find that order we saw there. There's a note here. Survive 10 days.
Where's the note? Oh.
Never little guy.
Wait. Certified photo reference. Photo, this is what you're looking for? I saw it over there. But I need a pickaxe for that.
Yeah, it's also over here, but I don't think we can mine that. It's just story of early.
Yeah, let's burn them. I need the armor. It's really important in the cave.
Yep.
Wait, how do you make a simple campfire?
A stick and throw it on the ground.
Okay.
Like 2 sticks. Oh no, I'm starting to freeze.
Yeah,
Make a campfire
this is
right
good now, yeah. Okay, no one is burning. Where's the other one?
Wait, what?
Wait, wait, there were 2.
There were 2, yeah.
Bro, where did you get? Where did you place them?
I did not take him.
Did you eat them?
No.
Agent Maxi. Literally despawned. They despawn. Dude, I need the armor. Sunset Forest, what are you doing?
Okay,
It's so important. I'm a fucking noob in this game. I need armor. It's gonna give me shit. Okay. I don't feel like equipping it now, since there's medicines everywhere, but I will save it for a high kill moment. So we have 2 paths now. We have 3 paths. We have this path over here.
Oh, there's also one here.
Let's go here.
Yo, oh, nice.
There you go.
Nice, I was gonna say. Oh, that had it. And back there was someone. So, yeah.
Wait, where's the other one?
Like there where the cross was, I think. There was I think as well.
Down here, bro. Let's go here. Careful, careful!
Yeah, I don't think you can go there. Huh? No, that's
Absolutely
not like
crazy.
you can go there.
No.
Maybe with the sledge or something, maybe.
Actually, yeah. This isn't your path, so we only have 1 path. Okay, perfect.
Oh, yeah.
I love only having 1 path.
Yeah, it's always the best.
Or you can go up. Wait, I wanna.
It's the same.
Lol.
I hear something. What is that?
Stay back, stay back, stay back. What is this? Stay back, bro. Stay back, stay back. Dynamite, I need dynamite and grenade now. Sticky bomb.
Okay, look for some. I have here sticky bomb. Yeah, I have one.
Throw. This is not friendly, I think.
Yo, it's down.
What the fuck, bro?
Oh yeah, there's sticky bombs next to it as well here at the floor. So
Oh,
we're supposed to blow it up.
huge. Okay. What the fuck, bro? hear music. We're heading to a party, bro.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's a party happening over there.
Yeah.
We're absolutely fucked. You wanna ruin your party?
Let's go.
Let's go. Oh,
Ah. You ran around me right in a shot.
thank you very much, bro. Okay, let's go. Okay, it looks like I can get here.
Right, very good.
Oh, they
They
can.
can.
Oh my god. Emergency, 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 emergency. Get back, get back, get back, get back. I need to head back here, I need to head back here.
I'm in the fight as well.
I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. I need to head, bro.
Oh, that's a big guy.
Pistol, pistol. I need pistol. Listen to my calls.
I need to reload. I need to reload. I'm out of ammo already.
Get back, get back, get back, get back, get back, get back, get back. Come back, come with me. Where's the fucking piss? They're here. I need nades, I need nades!
Oh, there's one around. Let's go on. Get back. We need to go somewhere with light.
It's dead, it's dead, it's dead.
Ja, sehr gut.
Holy macaroni.
I'm constantly freezing.
Just take piss. We always get new ones. I'm gonna drink a bit of the cannibal pot. Huge buffs, really important.
Yeah, and the soup also hires you a bit. A note?
Or it reminds me of Sims music. Nonsense music. It's actually really cool, I like it.
Yeah, more pills.
That was intense.
Yeah. Stay out.
Wait.
What is that?
What?
What? Where did that guy come from?
What is this? What is that?
He fell from the floor, from the sky, from the ceiling.
The fuck is that?
What is?
Shoot them.
Oh yeah, it climbs on the sky. I switched to the explosives. I don't want to waste them.
Stop following me, you fucker.
Okay, that guy can turn at all. You can easily outplace them through circle. But how much health did the guy have? Ah, it's down.
Nice. Really, really, really nice. The creepy armor, what I'm gonna do with it? I'm gonna save it for the boss fight. For literally any boss fight.
Ah, babies.
Where's he? Bro, fuck off, bro. Cheers, mate.
Wait, did you not say something of shovel bite? Let's say click it back.
Read. You wanna read?
I did click it away. Wait, okay. What's this?
Guard? What? Send Sammy to dig in his cave next. Haven't heard back. Can you check up on him and return my shovel? Oh.
Ah, yeah.
Wait,
Yes,
it's
the shovel
showing
is marked
that.
on that.
Wait, do you still have the note? I don't wanna click away.
It's somewhere in my inventory. I need to transfer it. I don't know where the notes are.
This is huge. Yeah, we have to
I
get that
need-
shovel. I really want that.
I need to pass through that. I need to click through them, but yeah, here it is. Yeah, I see it on this thing here.
I really need it.
That's super important, yeah.
And 1 second, please. Jay, can you screenshot this and send it to my Discord, please? Is that possible? Evelyn Ross. Evelyn Foss. Thank you for the follow. Done, thank you very much. I got a screenshot from Jay, so we don't have to look it up.
Yeah, good. That's very nice.
The thing is... Yeah, I definitely want to shovel now. I need to see what is inside that thing. I need to shovel it up.
Yeah, that's so important.
Brother. That has to be the keycard.
It might be.
I mean, bro, it's the last question mark, right? Bro, the one question mark was the water brief, I'm pretty sure. The other question mark I forgot. And that one, it has to be the keycard. We have to check that.
That's very likely, yeah. Okay, I'll go there. Yeah.
This is not a cave though, right? This is not a cave.
Probably not.
Where the hell are we? Why is this so tight? Okay. Not anymore. Is that a rope?
Very open right now.
No.
Oh, there's a guy. He
Let's
looks
let's
very
get this guy
weird.
here.
There's something coming from him.
Yo, what is happening? I'm getting attacked.
Oh, there's a big one again.
There's many, bro. Let's stay together,
Yo.
focus same guy. Just kill the small ones first, the other ones are kinda doing nothing. Try to stay away from the weird ones.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to you! What happened?
Was der nicht mehr ist hin? Kommt das.
Are you good?
The thing is going up real quick.
What is happening?
It's going up real quick.
Yeah, I can't help, bro.
I'm nearly dead. Yeah, I'm dead.
Fuck.
This cave is... I get it really quick, I think. Yeah. I'm already dead.
I'm gonna try to ignore them. 1 second.
Where am I? What? I'm still in the cave, I think. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I'm getting out of some flash cocoon.
Wait, right? You in a cave?
Yeah, it's still in the cave.
Can
I'm
you
right
come to
behind
me?
Oh yeah, this one. What was the respawn point?
Huge.
Where we blowed up something.
Leave me alone, please. Elias.
I'm coming. Just need to take some medicine on the way.
Okay, I went back a bit. I'm safe now. Okay.
I need to find my loot. There's some lying around there probably somewhere.
Oh shit, right.
I only have a small knife right now.
Can I give you some TNT so you can throw that?
Yep.
How do you do this?
Hold E on me.
It doesn't work. You don't have the thing.
Go my back. Oh, I don't have a backpack. I don't have an
Oh my
inventory.
god, bro. Wait, shit. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, I'm gonna equip the sticky bomb. I'm gonna throw it at them. We have to use this.
Yep.
And then there's a really weird guy at the end.
Mm-hmm. Do we have explosive arrows? They're
no.
one-shot stuff.
No.
Okay.
I wanna explode this guy here. Yeah, right him. It's on him. Should be dead, right?
Is that one? He should be dead,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's dead. Okay, number one
Your armor
down.
is dead.
1 second, please.
You should go in front.
I'm gonna equip the armor.
Mm-hmm.
It's just random bone armor. Bone armor is fine.
Yep. Pretty good.
And buff. 1 second. Do I wanna drink? Yeah. This game is about killing cannibals and finding and exploding them. Actually really cool. Where are you?
Somewhere to this side, I think. Wait, no, you're
No.
way further in.
It's way further.
I see it now.
Wait, before we go,
Jump scare again.
okay. Can you light? Nice. Wait, I see. Okay. He's down.
Good.
Wait, I'm throwing. Where's it?
It's still further in the backpack.
Nice.
Oh, that. Oh, definitely.
Knife him.
Okay. Ah, he's down. Wait, I don't have a backpack. I can't even pick it up.
Where's his backpack?
What? It's further in.
Okay, let's go.
But I pick it up. I don't know if I have. No.
It should be right here somewhere.
I see it. It's behind that wall there.
Wait, where?
I see it behind that wall. It's marked behind the wall. But that here, right? Come on.
Do we have an
That's the
inventory?
weird guy. No.
Where?
I see a marker here behind this wall.
Oh no, liars.
Yeah.
I think it's gone.
Yeah, looks not good.
Is it nowhere anywhere? Is it nowhere here? Look at the ground area.
Looks very bad.
Wait, send me a screenshot. Who the fuck are you? Fuck off, Alter. Where is your backpack, bro?
Okay, let me make the machine gun.
Yeah.
Light to that wall I'm looking at. So you can probably see it.
You can try to fix it. You still need the light?
Yeah, one moment. Okay, I send it.
Is that a backpack for sure?
I wouldn't know what else it is.
Try to like go here very close and see if you can pick it up somewhere.
It is quite a bit away from the wall still.
Wait, it's not at the
Maybe
wall?
it is. No, it is quite a bit behind it.
Then it's somewhere here on the ground.
No, it's not.
But is it on
Then we
this
find it
side
maybe
or is it on the other side? Like inside?
This is here way further in.
Wait, so it's inside the wall, the dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gone. You can give it a quick Google. I'm gonna wait here. Yo, chat, if anyone knows how to fix this bug, I think what happened is his loot, his backpack, went into this wall when he died somewhere here. Either of explosion or just like that. I don't know exactly, but it's inside that wall. If anyone knows how to fix that, we really appreciate that, so we can continue, huh? Oh no, he's moving. This is really bad. Where is he?
Best idea would be to quit unsafe and hope that the gun is back when I respawn.
Alright, so what we do?
Nah, quit unsafe, and I don't know when I was the last time I saved, but I hope it wasn't too long ago.
Wait, quit. Can we save now?
I don't know if it's safe then that the backpack is gone.
Then research if it's possible. Like, what does it say? One by one.
Like, it's just people saying they have problems with their backpacks, but not doing my exact thing.
It could be that it's not in a cave anymore and it just spawned over it.
Yeah, well, it's not above. Maybe if the cave goes deeper, maybe it's deeper in the cave. That could be it. That is, the cave goes a bit around here, and then it's the cave over there.
Okay,
So
let's see then, right?
that's my best. Yeah, let's see that. I've
So,
been to most of the fighting.
okay, 1 second. There's one person there. Let me
Right,
handle this.
maybe possible now.
I'm not dealing with this shit now.
Oh, he's still there. We can loot him.
Oh, nice. We can try to save, like build something.
Yeah, but then it saves that it's in the wall and everything is gone.
Alter.
But yeah, the cave is turning towards my backpack, so maybe it just really spawned way further into the cave.
Hmm. Right, are you walking towards it?
Right now it's the whitest one on us. Before it was on the other, like we were going one right now. Ah, here it is. No, here's the end. In that direction.
Bro.
Now we walk away from it again.
Yeah, I think it's gone.
Yeah, it looks to be gone.
You can still press. You still have an inventory now, right?
I don't have an inventory.
You can do nothing, basic. Wait.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's gonna respawn if we reset the game. This is the end.
Yeah, I think there was another wave earlier.
Why did we save?
I don't remember.
Before your death, no?
Yeah, before the death, yeah. But here's another way. We didn't go. Wait, that leads in the right direction here.
In what direction?
To my backpack. Kinda.
But maybe the game works like this, and the candy bar is to kind of take your backpack and drop it somewhere. You have to get it with a fucking knife.
I don't think they do that. That would be very stupid.
I mean, babies is kind of fine. So if it's only babies, then it's maybe intentional. But if it's gonna be some end boss, and you have to fight them with a knife, and then it's definitely a bug.
Yeah, that's absolutely a bug that is direct there.
I mean, as of now, with babies only, maybe. But where do you? Is it somewhere here?
It's to the left.
Oh, it goes up here.
Yeah. Here's the end. Right? Is that him? No.
Yeah, okay, it's over. Chat. Man, why is there always some bug in the forest? This game is so buggy. It's like, it's not even a normal bug that you can just ignore. It's the type of bug that breaks the whole game, and you have to cancel the playthrough. It's really annoying. The first one had 1 or 2 really game-breaking bugs, and apparently this game as well. Well, it's still just baby, so I feel like it might be intentional. If anyone knows where the loot spawns when you die, I would love to know that. I mean, it's still just babies. It's really intentional, I feel like. The game kind of wants you to go through this with a knife. And earn your loot. Is it here maybe?
Yeah, we're going completely away from the backpack again. It's gone.
Hmm. But I kinda wanna finish this cave real quick.
Hmm?
I wonder there's only babies.
There are tons of babies. You will pass the few. Oh, here's a big guy.
Where?
He went out from me.
Fuck off.
That is important. Look at that.
Yeah, I found it. I got it. Wait, you
And
mean the
I can pick
item?
it up. Oh no, I can't pick it up.
You can.
Yeah, I can. If I press item, I can pick it out. Oh, and we can. Oh, this is an insane item. I'm gone. The enemy.
Happies?
I can't do anything. Let's come down. I made a rope.
Okay.
Flee.
Just one person at a time. Wait, just E? Are you done?
I'm down here.
I can't go there. How do you do this?
Place the weapon. If you can see it, you need to use the new item to place on yourself.
Okay, so how do you use the rope?
Shoot it where you want, and then behind you somewhere.
Shoot it?
Yeah, you can shoot it. Shoot it down here somewhere, and then at the top there somewhere. Then you can use it to come down. I can see yours. You should have other ones. Oh, wait, where did that guy come from? There's a twin guy again.
Oh no, that's this guy. Yeah, it's that.
Okay, nice.
I really want to get out of this cave so we can reset. Or like see if it's up there. If I'm definitely gonna save after this, by the way. If the save breaks the whole game, then it is what you have to cancel then.
Yeah.
If it's really dead, it has to respawn. There's no way just. This is the exit, no?
Maybe.
And it's daytime, perfect.
Okay, my guy threw the gun down, so I need to come back in here to get it.
Wait, what?
I can't take it with me out because I don't have an inventory.
Ah, okay.
We need to hope that we can go from the back in here. You need to remember this place.
You wanna save here now?
And you need to remember that and see if my backpack is over there.
Okay, let me save. B. We're done with that fucking cave. Would be nice to not have a single bug in a thing at the first playthrough. Like, I'm okay with bugs, bro. Every game has bugs, you know?
They're not
But-
game breaking, yeah.
But yeah, the forest has the game breaking bugs. And
Way too many.
that's really bad.
I can't help building because I don't have an inventory. Actually, I can maybe carry logs.
Yeah.
I
There's
can-
one
I must
log-
see if it maybe spawned up
Yeah, you go look for that. Didn't it just snow? We were in the cave. Omega lul. Alright, I will definitely... Okay, I'm gonna wait with the safe. Just let me know if it's there or not.
No, it's absolutely underground. This is super deep.
Really?
Yeah, it's going up here and this is down still. So yeah, this is gonna be down underground.
Ah, okay. Yeah, we have to reset those so the loot gets out of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
I hope the game is smart enough to notice that. Maybe
yeah, no,
what should happen now is we reset the game, and the inventory, it's gonna be like, okay, I have to make sure I have this position. I'm gonna spawn there right now. And if it's not that position, if it's somewhere completely elsewhere, then it has to respawn. So I'm definitely gonna save now because I'm not redoing this.
Okay, then I need to save as well and then quit.
Yep.
And then hope that something happens that works.
We're both gonna quit. You done?
Yeah, I saved.
Okay.
Okay, I'm out.
Chat, how are we enjoying this? Pretty cozy, no? Pretty cozy, pretty stressful. Okay, you can join. Oh, Rich Cross 983, thanks for following. Followed on Friday. I didn't see that follow. Thanks very much. I was just checking my emails and I saw that. Yeah, it's not showing in my alert box. Pray, bro, pray.
Yeah.
Because if that thing is gone now, it's over. And that will be really
Yeah,
sad. I don't want to reset. I don't want to cancel this. Actually, it's starting to become fun. We were stuck in the beginning, but like, because this game, it leaves you in the unknown pretty much. You don't know what to do. You have to like walk around and shit like that, and that kind of destroys the motivation. But we're getting somewhere, and this is really key moments.
Yeah, that's really getting good.
Man, there's really cannibals over there. Is that a big one? Really weird cannibals. They're hiding from me. You coming?
It's loading. I see it still over there.
Okay, it's definitely still gonna be in a cave. It's not just gonna respawn. Even if they did that right, it's not gonna respawn over. Oh my god, we have to go back in there. Now it's the question. We can go through the back.
We can't go up again.
Wait, what?
We can't get up there.
Wait, where did he came from just now?
We come in out here, but we can't go up. There's a cliff.
Ah, right, that
completely
thing.
up.
Yeah, here we know. Okay, then it has to be done.
No.
Let's ignore that.
No.
I don't know exactly where the cave was.
I have no idea.
Some at the helicopter, no? Wait, okay, it's an
yeah,
enemy.
it's right over there.
Yeah. Bro, we have to go through the whole thing.
And
Imagine the enemies all respawned.
Yeah, then.
Probably happened.
Yeah. Yeah, then you need to go completely alone. I'm low health, low stamina, and I can't do anything about it.
If there's enemies, we have to ignore them.
Yeah.
I mean, Can you loot anything here, maybe?
There's nothing here, I think.
Shit, okay.
Don't see anything.
I mean, yeah, you can't loot, right? Okay, let's go. Okay, let's hope the loot is there now. It's really annoying because it's so much time waste.
Mhm.
Let's see.
If there's maybe medicine on the ground, then I can.
Let me just get a crazy buff because I have to carry now. Eat. You wanna do what underground?
If there's somewhere on the ground medicine, I can use that.
Ah. Can I not offer you something? Wait, where's the plate?
I can't take anything in my inventory.
Hmm.
Yeah, if you can use so much wood on the ground. I don't know if that's possible.
No. Wait, how do you open the plate? It was only a thing.
Actually, when I have my backpack.
Oh, that's the first one. Okay. But eat on the ground everywhere here.
That's warm. Yeah, but that's warm meat. I think that I do take damage from that.
Oh shit. Let's go.
You could cook something and I take it then. That would be one possibility, but
Oh yeah. Can I cook the soup?
if you have water, can you
Wait,
pick up
water?
the water here?
Oh shit, no water, right? Wait, actually, yeah, wait. Nah, it doesn't work. Okay, let me see. Can you cook raw meat? I have rotten leg. Better than nothing, right? Wait, drop.
That are not wet. Anything rotten.
I mean, you have to eat something, bro.
Yeah,
Wait a
but
second.
there's normal raw meat on the ground here, right?
Raw meat. I have. Oh, yeah. Here. I'm gonna drop a few, actually. I'm also gonna eat something.
Like from what meat I would take damage again.
But I think I have to carry this now.
You have that. I have this mini knife.
Can you equip anything? Can you take anything from me?
But no, I have the lighter and the knife.
Damn. The soup would be good. Let me try. It really does not work. Let me know when the food is done because I also have to eat something.
Yeah, it's done.
Thank you. Why are you dying? Alright, good. Good. 2-2.
Yeah, you're doing well. I didn't get the sound bug.
Yeah, it's not bug. Apparently I'm level 13. My muscle says 13. Wish I knew what that means. Chat, if anyone in chat knows what this means, I really appreciate that.
Don't think I see enemies. This is good.
Wait a second, let me go first. I'm gonna check first. It's safe.
Okay, good.
In the forest 1, there would be enemies 100%.
Yeah. Definitely. Wait, it's right here. Yeah, it respawned here. It worked.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it worked. I have it. I have everything back.
But why is it here?
It just put it here then. Yeah, the respawning worked. This is also the place where I myself respawned. I was here in like a flash cocoon.
Bro, you didn't check this?
No, it wasn't here. It respawned here now.
Okay,
Only.
I see. Okay, nice. At least they have some backup code for things being stuck.
Yeah.
I guess what's happening here is whenever you reset the whole server, the game is like, okay, I have to respawn the loot now. I have to make sure it's there. Which is really good. It's smart coding.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay, and I just need to grab the new gun, or do we need to run through it?
Bro, nice! The playthrough saved!
Yeah.
It's fucking
Yeah,
saved!
it is.
One second. Rope gun. It looks so sick.
Yeah.
Crazy shit. Damn. Wait. Oh, you know that spot in the beginning we just came from? The first fight spot. There was a big hole down there.
Yeah, right.
Wait. That
Oh, yeah, we can use it there.
Damn. Make sure you eat and pill anything.
Yep.
Oh, it's empty. There you go. Can you? No. Wait. Wait. Oh, you can. I kinda don't want them to be there though. Probably gonna accidentally press the button. Now, I think it's a must-do to have pills on hotkey. By the way, Laios, I think
Yeah?
it's a must-do to have pills on hotkey.
Yep.
Let's do that right now. So I'm gonna do the pills on 0. Yeah, it works. Does also F work? No, 0. Do it on 0.
Yeah, I have it.
And flower pills on 9. Wait, where's they? Where are they?
Do we have any left? They are next to the pills, on the bottom left of the pills.
Oh, oh my god. Health 9. Okay. 9 flower, 0 pills. Bro, you have big balls out of the sun. What the fuck?
Hmm?
You're
Yeah,
rushing
yeah,
like
yeah.
crazy.
I have my stuff and everything is already dead.
What the fuck, bro? Can you wait a second?
Yep.
Thank you. Can you wait a second?
I'm not waiting
Thank you.
every 2 seconds.
He's back. He's not.
No. And he came from the side, not from the front. That guy actually ambushed us. He was behind me suddenly. He was in the back. Oh no, I guess that's the wrong way.
It is on 6. It doesn't go away. Whoops. I mean, yeah, bro. There you go.
Was this the way we went? Yeah, I think yeah.
Yep.
Which way is it?
Wait, what?
Yeah, looks like the baby place. Yo, I got it. And yeah, we can see each other, so you could have just used mine instead of placing yourself.
I tried pressing it, didn't work.
Okay, but I can use yours, so that was just a bug then.
Yeah.
Probably because I didn't have an inventory.
Hmm.
Yeah, then we have two things to do now. We have the shovel and the big place at the beginning.
Yeah.
And we gotta sleep. I'm completely empty there.
Nice.
Enemies?
Okay. Bro, how many? No, we can't fight this. There's millions.
What is that?
There's a big bite. Wait. Is the flashlight even on?
Okay, I'm blowing up the big guy. Yeah, the big guy's gone. One of the big guys. There were two big guys. What is that guy? I think that's really mask we have here. Yep.
That's it?
Yep, and we have to sleep again.
Okay. Nice. Yeah, what's up?
Yo, then either the beginning of the cave or the shovel.
What do you mean beginning of the cave?
At the beginning of that big cave, there was the giant drop. go down there.
Yeah, let's try that. I'm actually curious.
Okay. Over there.
What am I hearing here? One second, bro. I wanna listen to this. What is this? I'm hearing some really weird noises.
Yeah.
I think it's inside the water.
Not sure from where it comes.
It's into the water. You wanna jump in there?
Okay.
Really?
Let's
It's
do
one.
it.
It's 100% inside the water, by the way. 100%.
Yeah.
Wait, actually, maybe not. Maybe not. Come with me a bit.
Wait,
It is.
on top of the water.
Wait, what the fuck is that?
Wait, it's the
There's
lake is frozen, I think.
There's shit underwater. I just saw a zombie walking there.
What?
Wait, what is this? Yeah, wait, over here.
Yes, the lake is frozen. There's anyway, we can go in there.
There's a
The lake is frozen. I'm on top of it. Maybe you can bake it eventually. If you punch it. Yes.
what the fuck?
Oh, I'm gonna try the edge here. No, you can't break it. At least not like that. Wait. This wasn't snow when we came here. So, seasons change?
What the fuck, yeah?
How long have you been on this island?
Damn, bro.
I saw a camera here, so let's get in quick.
Alright, so it should be right here. Wait, I'm checking first. Bro, I don't know if you can go down there, to be honest.
I have also no idea. You can place it there, but I don't know if you work properly.
Try.
I don't. Wait, where's the previous point? That was pretty deep. I hope that's good.
Wait, over there first. Over. Is that a rope over there? Like, if you come to me, there's a platform over there.
This thing. Okay, I'm placing there. Okay, I placed it.
Okay. Let's go. I mean, we saved upstairs, so if it's...
Yeah.
There's no way this is a dead end or anything like that. Let's
Yeah,
go.
Let's go.
I'm dead. I'm not dead. I actually
alive.
survived.
What?
Help! Can I get out of here?
Not going up. The ropes don't go up.
What the fuck just happened, bro? Wait a...
What? You mountain goat. What?
What?
You're a mountain goat. Oh, what was that?
I have no idea what just happened. Apparently not two people can go on that thing. I just fell.
Okay, yeah.
What?
Rocked you then, yeah.
Well, we didn't make it here though, so it is possible. And there's no dead end.
Yeah.
There's a dead person there, so it's intended. Oh my god.
Yeah, good.
Bro, I just fell there. There's water. You don't die. Even if we
Okay,
accidentally
this-
jump
other
down...
path.
No, listen. Even if we accidentally fell down, we wouldn't die there. The game is
Okay.
dead kind of to you. Because there's only water.
Das ist gut. Oh, here's a rope.
Ooh.
Can I interact with it?
From here.
Okay.
I'm gonna wait until you're down.
I'm down. Okay, so water one way and the other land. Oh no, also water, both water, wise.
Okay, this one first. Like this. The fuck? So tight. What am I hearing here? Careful, don't go there, don't open that.
They are vibrating.
Yeah, let's go. Wait, no. I'm hungry and thirsty.
Okay, am I editing something? There's a canned box on the floor, so you can eat one of them.
You ready?
One moment. No, I'm ready. I'm opening.
There has to be crazy loot
What
here.
is that?
What is
what
this?
is that?
What is this? What is this? What is this? Is this some Deep Rock Galactic munition spawn? What is this?
Okay, but that's a new item from the new collect. We have two now.
Oh, yeah!
Very nice. Ja, too fast of the artifact.
9. I need batteries. You have batteries?
Yeah.
How many?
I could do some craft at the moment. I have 4 left.
Can I have one?
Yep.
I'm not gonna use it anymore. Fuck. Thank you. Did you hotkey your lighter?
That's normally on L.
Uh,
Like the last light source you use is on L.
Oh, yeah. Is there any better light source than this, though? Like, is there something between firelight and flashlight?
The proper torch would be the best, man, even. That's pretty not too expensive, I think. Yeah.
How do you make that?
I think stick and glove. I'm not sure if you want the same one forever.
Huh? Ah. Okay, let's go.
I think we're done with it, yeah, right? So we.
Oh, yeah. Right? Yeah. Wait, no? Yeah. It's done. Huge.
Yep.
Damn. Imagine you did not see that thing and you never actually thought about it, like that you can go there with the rope. Bro, you're gonna be stuck in this game forever. Like,
Or you just went the other direction.
if you need this, if you need the item for the endgame, which I actually think.
might be for the good ending or something also.
True.
Another side. Nothing here.
Okay, this is the thing I fell down to.
Ah, okay.
This was it.
Yeah, but we need to get up now.
That's a good crashing, bro.
Maybe to the warp room now? Where from there?
Ah ja, hier.
Yeah, but there we are also not completely up.
No?
No, that's where you came from.
Well, let's go here. And then... just here. Ah, there's a rope back up.
Ah, perfect.
Wait!
Wait. We never even needed to shoot that.
Nah.
Okay, we were just
Oh
blind.
my god. Yeah, I'm blind. Well, bro, we like action.
Yeah. Why I'm constantly tired in this game. Can I need... Yeah, we have the shovel, also...
Yeah, let's go.
you have the screenshot.
Oh, Thank you, Jay. Actually, I think I should do it tomorrow. We should go there tomorrow. Yeah, we should go there tomorrow. Chat, what do we think? I think it's time for bed, no? Yeah, it's time for bed. Very late. We're gonna do the shower tomorrow.
Yeah, good idea.
We are gonna save now. I have to find the... Let's just build another one right here.
Okay. We can also just use the tab, I think. If you want to quick.
Ah.
Oh, I did. Oh, kind of.
Ha
Yeah, that was quick.
You want zombie. He's full armor.
Stun pattern!
What? What?
Flying around here!
What?
Insane.
What? Well, I have to try it. Wait, where's the guy?
Okay, the charge attack is I think a proper stun. The other is more normal attack from what it feels like.
Where's the guy?
I think they're both dead. Ah, there's another one.
No. Yeah, wait.
Yeah, they're completely stunned with the charge attack. That's OP. But normal attack, is that also stun?
No.
Okay, charge attack is just multiple seconds stun. Insane.
That's true as fuck. Holy shit.
Yeah, but it uses insane amount of battery.
Really?
Yeah, it has a battery showing there.
Good night. Kill him. Wait, you want to die? Lucky bastard. What a lucky bastard. Alright, let's save here. That should be it for today, bro. Alright. It was fun, bro. Let's continue next time.
Very fun.
Next time we have the shovel. Shovel brings us to the exclamation mark. Exclamation mark brings us to the probably next spot. There's probably some hidden. I'm guessing right now. There's gonna be a hidden map that brings us to the different points. Something like that.
Yeah, very likely.
But was fun, bro. I'm gonna go.
Yep.
See you next time. Have a good stream.
No, see you next time. Yeah, I'm gonna go off now. I'm very tired already.
Guys, I think I'm gonna go. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh my god, closest my ears. Was super fun. We're gonna continue with Santa Frost next time. In like 1 or 2 streams. We're gonna keep the BD6 grind and the Rocket League grind on. I'm gonna keep doing that. And yeah, we see us next time. I'm gonna go to bed right now. Thanks for watching, everybody.